To us who were of necessary birth, for the earth's hard and thankless toil, silence has no meaning. There is never a feeling of tranquility or mere quietness, never a moment of soundless calm from within or without our troubled selves. How can the clamor of sounds be stilled? There is no void where noises can collect and be made mute before the ring escapes. How indeed can there be a silence when our hearts beat out a sonorous beat, meeting the beating drums of an African past, when our eyes shed solid tears of iron blood that falls on concrete ground? Inside our ears are the many wailing cries of misery. Inside our bodies the internal bleeding of stifled volcanoes. Inside our heads erupting thoughts of rebellion. How can there be calm when the storm is yet to come? This unending silence, taut, impervious, unbending, not lending an ear to the most delicate of sounds, awaits the blast of bombs which man will explode to break this silent bound, to determine their fate, to be used to create hills of soft obedience where sweet clothed sounds can rebound and their echoes glide like a carefree bird in rhythmic calm through a mellow, pure, silent space.
The red, white, and the blue.
You know they say that freedom, it's a constant struggle. You know they say that freedom, oh, it's like the sea.
Good evening, everyone.
Now we struggle so long,
Just going to ease in slow, checking the sound.
in search of freedom.
Thanks for joining us.
So many have died. When are we gonna be free? I want to hear you say freedom. Let me hear you say freedom. You know you got to have freedom. You're going to see. You're gonna see the stars around you. See the love of your brother. I want to know who is keeping freedom from you and me. Let me hear you say freedom. I've got to hear you say freedom. Whoa, 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 oh, freedom. Sounds so sweet to me. Got to have freedom. Let me hear you pray for freedom. Whoa. Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. I've got to keep on pushing. I can't stop now. Move up a little higher. Some way or somehow. 'Cause I've got my strength. And it don't make sense not to keep on pushing. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Keep on pushing. Now maybe someday I'll reach that higher goal. I know I can make it with just a little bit of soul. 'Cause I've got my strength, and it don't make sense not to keep on pushing. Now look a look, look a look, a look yonder. Oh, what's that I see? A great big stone wall stands there ahead of me. But I've got my pride, and I move the roll aside and keep on pushing. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. What I say. Keep on
Hey, how y'all doing out there? Just checking the sound levels. Let me know how it sounds out there. I hope you can hear me nice and clearly. Just been messing about with the laptop and hoping everything's coming through loud and clear. So let me know in the chat room if you can't hear me or whatever, and I'll sort it out. So welcome. Welcome to the Karawane radio show tonight. It's a bit different from the norm. We're usually playing the kind of house party set. Hip-hop, Afrobeat, salsa, cumbia, world, reggae. But tonight we're selecting from the same genres, but all of the music's going kind of a bit deeper. Just, touching on what's going on right now. If you know us, Karawane's very much about coming together. It's firmly about shared humanity, breaking down whatever divides us. We've always been out there saying music is something that can bring people together, but yeah, it's clearly not enough. Clearly we need more, and that's what tonight's about. It's just to, listen to other voices, amplify them, and just to reflect a bit. Tonight we're going to listen to music from, and song, from blues to jazz, soul and funk, hip-hop, Afrobeat, reggae and calypso, but the last hour will be like a DJ set, just to dance, just to feel the energy, but until then we'll go a wee bit deeper. And remember that tonight we are raising money for Black Lives Matter UK. You'll find the donation link on your screen there, and I'll be posting it in the chat room as well, so if you can give, please do. They're already exceeded their target. They're on the way to 1 million. A lot of that's going into direct political action, and a lot of it is going right now to helping BAME communities that have been disproportionately affected by the coronavirus. So your support is really, really valuable right now. The music tonight's been chosen for its kind of exploration of identity, protest, struggle, unity for people of colour, and the snapshots of society that it kind of, represents in which they were recorded. And sometimes you'll find that, you listen to Louis Armstrong, to Nina Simone, to Public Enemy, they're all talking about the same thing, 60 years apart, and that should really tell us something. So no lecture, this isn't about my opinion, this isn't about making it anything other than what it is. I'm just here to play the voices of others. These are the voices of people who are holding a mirror up to us through music, trusting in its power to make us feel and make them heard, to make change happen. So maybe it's time we all listened. Now, the first song you heard there was a tune called Keep On Pushing by The Impressions. Now, Curtis Mayfield, who is the band leader, he wrote that song. It's really about perseverance and finding strength to get through the tough times, and it was a keystone of the civil rights movement. But Mayfield kept the political message in the song really kind of subtle to give it a wider reach, and we see that emerging again and again through music. Mainstream radio stations then were unlikely to play a song that was clearly about the fight for freedom in the black community, so Mayfield had to be clever about it. So many musicians had to do that, musicians of colour. So you did what you had to do to be heard. He made the lyrics ambiguous enough just to disguise the intention, but it was clear to the black community that it was an anthem for their struggle. Left them in absolutely no doubt at all. In the same vein, we're going to go back a bit further now. I'm going to start out with some jazz and blues and early soul stuff and just set the vibe right for tonight with some beautiful songs. First up is Louis Armstrong. Now, this guy, I love this guy. As you know, he was big, and I mean, how big? Well, his single, Dolly, I think it was in a West End musical it was used. Just to give you an idea, that's the song that knocked the Beatles' Can't Buy Me Love off the #1 spot. So this guy's way at the top here. You've got to see him in the same category. But as popular as he was, other lesser musicians, white musicians, earned more than him. He travelled in second class. He fell between the communities. And it was a really interesting time because a lot of the black community loved him as a symbol of success, and this is something we can achieve. But he was also called an Uncle Tom, which is somebody that kind of cozies up to white people, not so complimentary really. But he really never forgot his working class roots. He recordings and stuff came out after his death. Loads of reel to reel stuff, in which he was saying things like, "Look, I never hung about with those folks, the high society folks, after my gig ended. You know, I went home because I knew they were the very same people that would think nothing of walking around the corner and lynching a black man. So he knew that he had to tread this kind of tightrope. And actually on Bloody Sunday, just after Martin Luther King was assassinated, the organisers wanted him in the front row of the protests. And he said no. And he said no, he said, the cops are going to beat me in my mouth and I need my mouth to blow my horn. And he knew that his status would afford him no special privileges and that they would only see the colour of his skin. In fact, he's quoted as saying they would beat Jesus if he was black and marched. He knew his status in the white community would give him no protection. So this is a rare glimpse, this song, into the mind of Louis Armstrong. Is sang as he left the South to escape the Jim Crow laws, and many of his audience undergoing the same transition as he spoke to them in this song. This is a rare glimpse directly into what he thought. This song is called What Did I Do to Be So Black and Blue by Louis Armstrong.
Springs hard as lead, feel like old men. Wished I was dead. What did I do to be so black and blue? Even the mouse ran from my house. They laugh at you and scorn you too. What did I do to be so black and blue? I'm white inside, but that don't help my case. 'Cause I can't hide what is in my face. How would it end? Ain't got a friend. My only sin is in my skin. What did I do to be so black and blue? without a friend. My only sin is in my skin. What did I do to be so black and blue?
Such a nice tune. Hope you enjoyed that. Now, that was Louis Armstrong, What Did I Do to Be So Black and Blue? Tough times back then to get your lyrics out there. Try to succeed as a black musician when all the radio stations and the record companies were white-owned. Pretty hard to go out and say things like that. Louis Armstrong used his platform sparingly. But to get around that, really, you had a form of music where you didn't have to have lyrics, and really, jazz could do that. Now, we don't play a lot of jazz at Karawane, actually, but I mean, it's something I love, and jazz really runs through the heart of the music that we play, actually. The next artist has been described as the music of true black optimism and dignity. It's like, he says, it's the privacy of our own language as we invent it, as it strangles and liberates us in the same note. This is Pharoah Sanders. He's a spiritual jazz musician. He was the lone horn that was the last one to share the stage with Coltrane. And there's so many amazing stories between him and Coltrane about the conversations they had around healing, not just healing the body at the end of Coltrane's life, but healing the world spiritually, healing society, and a lot of powerful music came through. And if you've ever heard Sanders' funeral song for Coltrane, oh my goodness, put that on your list, because that is an incredible piece of music. You've got to just set aside 20 minutes and just lose yourself in it. So basically, I think it was Ornette Coltrane actually that said about Pharoah Sanders that he's one lone song that embodies a reverent mourning of what cannot but must be said. And he's like a lot of soul singers, a lot of soul singers are starting it like with this scream, just letting everything out, and he's exactly the same with his music, and you can just feel it coming through. I'm going to play a song from him, and I invite you just to let this one wash over you. Sanders says about this song, he says, I don't even see the horn anymore, I'm just trying to see myself. And in the liner notes of this record it says, the more I can find out about myself, the more I can know what the roots of existence are and what my roots are. So this is a song from Pharoah Sanders. It's called You Got to Have Freedom. That was Farrah Saunders and You Gotta Have Freedom. Super nice spiritual jazz track. So welcome everyone if you're just joining us. It's the Karawane radio show special tonight for Black Lives Matter UK. We're raising money for Black Lives Matter UK. You can see the donation link below the screen there. It's also on the screen title on the live stream, and I'll stick it into the chat as well. So if you can, please do support it. It's a pretty amazing charity, building on a whole lot of momentum with everything that's going on right now, and they need obviously the funds to put these things into action. So time is now. They're almost at the £1 million mark. Would be amazing if they could get there. So with our wee small bit tonight. That was a spiritual jazz track, and I went a bit easy on you because that was like an 8-minute track. Now that's pretty sharp for Sanders. He's pretty well known for the kind of long tracks, kind of like a Fela Kuti, you know. I mean, these guys, like people like Fela Kuti, Sanders, you know, they're playing like 6 hours a night, 4 days a week. The stamina is absolutely incredible. So, you know, a 9-minute track, how can you squeeze these guys into that? So, actually, I read a story about a studio engineer that said he was working with Sanders, and they're trying to fit these guys. James Brown's the same. Trying to fit these guys onto records. So they're kind of like, okay, we need to calm it down here and finish the track. So what they used to do was they said they started to switch the lights down, dim the lights at about 16 minutes so that Sanders would know, hey, I better start winding down. But the studio engineer said whenever we dimmed the lights, he just closed his eyes, and that's when he began to really play. So it totally backfired. Now, more jazz to come as we get up tempo a bit later, and remember we're going to go into a DJ set at the end. Last hour and a half is going to be just dancing, still stuff from the same vein, themes of protest, struggle, unity, upliftment, all of that is going to come in a DJ set later, but we're just slowing down and exploring it just now. Got some little video breaks, some little bits and pieces. We've also got the brand new release of Karawane's new single, the extended horns version of Rojal. You're going to see the studio video of that tonight, and I've only just received it, so from Ali of Karawane. So that's going to be a real treat tonight. You're going to be the first people to see it. Now, tonight's definitely not about my voice, although you've heard nothing else tonight so far, but we're going to go into some jazz-based hip-hop just now, and our next singer's mother actually performed with Pharoah Sanders. Her father invented instruments for Eddie Harris, so they're like, you know, steeped in the jazz tradition of the 60s and 70s. That's where she comes from. Their innovation definitely passed down to their daughter, you know, keyboards, synthesizers, various instruments, fresh perspective every time. The Toronto Star said about our next singer, once your ears get accustomed to the wildly varied elements, soul, jazz, hip-hop, Bjork-like vocal arrangements, you begin to grasp just how precisely this 22-year-old multitasker has fit everything together. She's the first female artist signed to the Stone's Throw label. Georgia Ann Muldrow is one of the most original pieces of music to come out this year. So this song is called Great Blacks. It's from the album A Thoughtiverse Unmarred, and you cannot but listen to Georgia and fall in love with the deep poetry as she pays tribute to the strong black women who've paved the way for her and from whom she draws ethereal strength. She says in the song, my heart do the beating but the blood ain't mine, my sense of time intertwined deep with the great blacks, standing in my corner ain't no way you can fake that, no way you can shake that. This is Great Blacks by Georgia Ann Muldrow.
When I met Kelly and her sister, they asked me to join them. I said, why not? Time for me to take my destiny in my hands. It's been one big adventure since then.
I'ma be fine, divinely designed. My heart do the beating, but the blood ain't mine. My sense of time's intertwined deep with the great blacks. Standing in my corner, ain't no way you can fake that. No way you can shake that. No way you can take that. I reckon that you pace back and learn to embrace that. I'ma be fine, divinely designed. My heart do the beating, but the blood ain't mine. My sense of time's intertwined deep with the great blacks. Standing in my corner, ain't no way you can fake that. No way you can shake that. No way that you can take that. I reckon you pace back or learn to embrace that. Gradually to drastically change been deep. I used to roam wild on the one-way street. My ethereal son just picked up my tambourine, put it on my head and he called me a queen. My direction has shifted from being ignorant and gifted, suicidal and explicit, to being humbly committed and prayerfully submissive to the source source of all existence. I value my life more than ever, cause every day I live is here to get it all together again. To my true friends, I love you, stay splendid. If your faith in me had ended, so would I stay fly. I'ma be fine, divinely designed. My heart do the beating, but the blood ain't mine. My sense of time's intertwined deep with the great blacks. And standing in my corner, ain't no way you can fake that. No way you can shake that. No way you can take that. I reckon that you pace back and learn to embrace that. I'ma be fine, divinely designed. My heart do the beating, but the blood ain't mine. My sense of time's intertwined deep with the great blacks. And standing in my corner, ain't no way you can fake that. No way you can shake that. No way that you could take that. I reckon you pace back or learn to embrace that. Props infinite to poet past the week. Funk monk, soul excavating brothers. Number one for thoughts of love and guidance. Third eye realignment. I know what it means to be dead out the body. The truth is here on earth now, and we created. The great ancestral force exists to resurrect us. The calling of the heart shows the deeds to be done, and the sun's there to guide us. Pattern of a soul can't be recreated with artificial means or the bribing of the pious. Investors striving for the highest, so try to breathe and exercise. I'ma be fine, divinely designed. My heart do the beating, but the blood ain't mine. My sense of time's intertwined deep with the great blacks. And standing in my corner, ain't no way you can fake that. No way you can shake that. No way you can take that. I reckon that you pace back and learn to embrace that. I'ma be fine, divinely designed. My heart do the beating, but the blood ain't mine. My sense of time's intertwined deep with the great blacks. Standing in my corner, ain't no way you can fake that. No way you can shake that. No way that you can take that. I reckon you pace back or learn to embrace that.
Did she have curly black hair and sort of kind of wild and had bangles and beads on? Yeah.
Yep, so welcome back. It's the Caravan Radio Show for Black Lives Matter UK. That was Georgia Ann Muldrow and Great Black's super nice jazzy track there. Super nice, powerful lyrics. Definitely check her out. Album's called A Thoughtiverse Unmarred on True Thoughts. It's not all hip-hop. There's a lot of kind of really wild stuff out there. She's got an amazing track called Kali Yuga, which you've got to check out, and you've got to research what Kali Yuga is and tell me that you don't think that this is what we're in right now. She's definitely a prophet. Okay, so we're going to kind of mix it around a wee bit, and we're going to kind of fast forward a bit to some modern sort of jazz. So we came from Pharaoh Saunders. We're going to go right forward to the other end of jazz. Jazz is undergoing quite a resurgence right now, really. And I mean, look at the Brownswood label down in London, Giles Peterson stuff, really kind of coming back and becoming cool again. But it wasn't like that up until quite recently, actually. And a guy who was kind of on the cutting edge of that was Gregory Porter. Porter's part of a resurgence of jazz, and he's one of the best to come forward in a long time. Journalist Mark Neal asked the question, where is the visible incentive in the larger commercial world and the black cultural spaces for a young African-American man to imagine themselves as vocal caretakers of a music that folks often decry as dead? So it was seen as like career suicide in an industry that wanted R&B and pop, but along comes Gregory Porter, totally defiant. Now a Grammy Award winner, and he battled really hard to be heard. He's a guy with a voice, and he wants to use it, and what a voice he has. So I'm going to play this track called, you probably guessed it if you know Gregory Porter, 1960 What? Now Porter said this song, and this is his quote, came from a really personal place. My mother had just passed away, and I was reconnecting with her story growing up in the South. I was listening to lots of Nina Simone, lots of soul music, deep blues, and thinking about the LA riots, which had happened a few years before, and this recurring story of injustice. Similar things have happened at different points in our history, whether it's Martin Luther King, Rodney King, or the shooting of any young person. It's that feeling of injustice that sparks the emotion when people feel their rights aren't being respected. So this is Gregory Porter talking about that time, Martin Luther King, the assassination, Bloody Monday, civil rights movement. This is a song called 1960 What?
1960 who? 1960 what? 1960 who? 19. Hey, the Motor City is burning. That ain't right. 1960 what? 1960 who? 1960 what? 1960 who? 19. Hey, the Motor City is burning, y'all. That ain't right. There was a man, voice of a people, standing on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel. Shots rang out. Yes, it was a gun. He was the only one to fall down, y'all. That ain't right. Then his people scream, ain't no need for sunlight, ain't no need for moonlight, ain't no need for street light, 'cause it's burning real bright. Some folks say we gon' fight, 'cause this here thing just ain't right. 1960 what? 1960 who? 1960 what? 1960 who? 19. Hey, the Motor City is burning, y'all. Ooh, the Motor City is burning, y'all. Great God Almighty, the Motor City is burning. Ooh, it's burning. Young man coming out of a liquor store with 3 pieces of black licorice in his hand, y'all. Mr. Policeman thought it was a gun, thought he was the one, shot him down, y'all. That ain't right. Then his mama screamed, ain't no need for sunlight, ain't no need for moonlight, ain't no need for street lights, 'cause it's burning real bright. Some folks say we gon' fight, 'cause this here thing just ain't right. 1960 what? 1960 who? 1960 what? 1960 who? 19. Hey, the Motor City is burning. The Motor City is burning. Great God Almighty is burning. Great God Almighty is burning. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, 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 it's burning. Can't you see that it's burning? Hey, hey. 1960 what? 1960 who? 1960 what? 1960 who? 1960 what? 1960 who? 1960 what? 1960 who? 1960 what? 1960 who?
Right? I rose and fell as he called my name. I played his games as he came and came. Then he changed my name, called my blackness untamed. He put me in chains. Then he changed my name. Then he changed my name.
But now I will rewrite history. Super sister, I see you off in the distance, coming at me like a twister, packing more force than a four-time heavyweight champion, kinky coil-topped cauldron of pain, passion, and black mama strength, hell-bent on making your mark in this world, angry ghetto-grown world of girl. Swirling, twirling your way through the darkest of days and the brightest of nights, trying to fit some love in between. Super sister, super sister, sister, super sister, super sister, sister. Super sister, I see you off in the distance, pistons ablaze as you raise your black misters to be victors, not victims of the systems and prisons aimed at stifling their vision. Your mission is clear. Fear is not even an option with your son on that front line. Ain't no time. Grab your Tech 9. Don't give them suckers 1 second to think or to blink. Super sister, super sister, sister, super sister, super sister, sister. Super sister, I see you off in the distance, gaining momentum as you deconstruct their preconceived misconceptions, blowing their notions right up out the ocean, pathway to your auction. Rape, hate, blame, conversion. I call on all super sisters to emerge from the muck and the mire, set the brainwashed up masses on fire. I call on all super sisters to enlist her in-house divinity. See, we may plea, but never bargain for the lives of our daughters and sons. There really needs to be just one love, one love. There really ought to be just one love, just one love, just one love, just one love.
Sister girl, wanna tell you about this thing that's been weighing heavy on my heart. Haunts both my dreams and my first breath. Where to start? Well, revolution it seems has become an antique. When in my youth, revolution was what we rose with the sun to seek. We were fierce now. Our glory days are nothing but a page in an edge-worn book. An afro, a raised fist, a black beret, black pride. Set aside, reduced to mere history. It saddens me. It saddens me. But will these words fall on deaf ears? Cause my tears won't fill up the riverbed of resistance and change. It's gone dry, and gone and unknown are the names which gave that river its tranquility, its beautiful force and Godspeed. Rise up out of the complacency and do sleep. We need an awakening. Bring the noise, daughter. Now is the time for you and your generation to put this universal chaos in order. Me and mine, We've held high the picket signs, met behind closed doors, spoke out against war, spoke up for art and equality, told people we a community, a family. The years travel quick like speed and light, and the torchlight is burning low. And my tears, you know, they won't fill the riverbed of resistance and change. They're just an offering for those who have been named with love, and those who have died nameless, that they rest, knowing that their lives were worth the fight, that this planet and life are gifts to all, not just a chosen few. The now and future are up to you, so what are you and your brothers and sisters gonna do? But mama, the resistance seems so futile, when all the while government and media massacre my dreams. We, my brothers and sisters and me, are at the mercy of .coms, bombs that kill at least 30 daily, the constant downward spiral of music and humanity, a general lack of concern, knowledge, and history. Our potential leaders and spokespeople are chasing materialistic ideals. Seems our fates have been sealed with a bling bling kiss. So shall I just have the violins play for me as I recite this soliloquy of missed opportunity, a eulogy at the funeral for the modern day visionary? Or shall I rise as you call me? Will I fall or stand firmly? Mama, advise me, guide me, I want to be made ready. Baby girl, you sound ready to me. The spirit fire of Asada, Angela, Gandhi, King, and Garvey. In your veins bleed, they're your legacy. Keep your eyes on the prize of peace, and don't pardon me while I preach. Because even hurricane and tsunami have spoken Earth's peace, as they rose with wind and waves to say, cease this increase of heartlessness and regress. So please, beg no apology as you speak for truth. Move into the awakening. Bring the noise, daughter. It's past time for you and your generation to put this universal chaos in order. The now and future are up to you. So what are you and your brothers and sisters gonna do? Mama, I still question the meanings of freedom and peace, but I will not retreat. I will instead meet this challenge head on and hard strong. Sing my protest songs, take your hand and example, and go well into the storm and struggle with torchlight ample and bright to fight. Awaken my spirit, shaken but never stirred. Make my generation's voice heard. Rewrite this thing, bring the noise and the awakening. Sing, 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 the awakening.
Well, that's a very special artist. That was Ursula Rucker from Philadelphia. First clip you saw there was her performing her verse Super Sister, which she's been doing since the early 90s, but this was just a kind of ad-lib one in a parking lot. There was a couple of, I think there were Norwegian tourists that caught it and uploaded it, and it's just a rare glimpse into just how talented she is to just turn that on in the parking lot like that and make us feel it. We went straight into a more recent song with 4Hero called The Awakening, which is just incredible. Go check her out on Twitter. Her name's Ursula Rucker. I've put her name in the chat. Just a poet to the tip top, you know, that everything she posts, she's just got an amazing way of crafting her message, and she's just one to watch and one to listen to. Last week she tweeted this. She wrote, rise out of the complacency and do speak. We need an awakening. Bring the noise, daughter. Now is the time for you and your generation to put this universal chaos in order. The now and the future are up to you. So now we're going to let Nina Simone bring the noise for a few tracks and put this universal chaos in order. Music of awakening all the way through. This next track is... I didn't really understand it when I first heard it. It sounded such a happy track, but the backdrop to this is pretty horrible. 1963, there was a group of white supremacists blew up the African-American 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. And 4 young girls were killed, actually, while they were actually preparing the sermon. And when Nina Simone heard this news, she said she dropped to her knees. She was so deeply paralyzed by this. She said, and I'm quoting her, "I suddenly realized what it was to be black in America in 1963, but it wasn't an intellectual connection. It came as a rush of fury, hatred, and determination. In church language, the truth entered into me and I came through." So her first instinct was revenge. And she actually tried to make a gun. It's something called a zip gun, which is a kind of improvised gun. You can almost make at home from basic materials. But her husband and manager, Andy, said, "Nina, you're a musician. Do what you do." 1 hour later, Nina Simone had written this song. It's called Mississippi Goddamn. It was her first civil rights song, but definitely not her last. And she said, quote, "It erupted out of me quicker than I could write it down." It's the confusing thing is it's almost in the style of a music hall ditty. It's the comedy to the tragedy. We're going to play this and then another by Miss Simone. And then we're going to let her pass the legacy forward to one who picked up the torch and really paid homage to her all the way through, which is Lauryn Hill, for one tune. And then we're going to come back in.
Alabama's got me so upset. Tennessee made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi, goddamn. Alabama's got me so upset. Lurleen Wallace has made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi, goddamn. Can't you see it? I know you can feel it. It's all in the air. I can't stand the pressure much longer. Somebody say a prayer. Alabama has got me so upset, and Memphis has made me lose my rest. Everybody knows about Mississippi, goddamn. Hound dogs on my trail, those school children sitting in jail. Black cat crossed my path. I think every day's gonna be my last. Lord have mercy on this land of mine. We all gonna get it in due time. 'Cause I don't belong here, I don't belong there. I've even stopped believing in prayer. Don't tell me, I'll tell you. Me and my people just about do. I've been there, so I know. You keep on saying go slow. Well, that's just the trouble. Too slow. Washing the windows. Too slow. Picking the cotton. Too slow. Nothing but rotten. Too slow. Too damn lazy. Too slow. Thinking's crazy. Too slow. Where am I going? What am I doing? I don't know. I don't know. Just try to do my very best. Stand up, be counted with all the rest. 'Cause everybody knows about Mississippi, goddamn. Now you heard him. He's one of you. If you have been moved at all, and you know my songs at all, for God's sakes, join me. Don't sit back there. The time is too late now. Good God. You know, the king is dead. The king of love is dead. I ain't about to be nonviolent, honey. Oh, no. Picket lines, school boycotts. They try to say it's a communist plot, but all I want is equality. for my sister, my brother, my people, and me. And I loved him because he believed it. He lived by it. But you lied to me all these years. You told me to wash and clean my ears and talk real fine, just like a lady. And you stopped calling my mama Aunt Sadie. Hear me now. But my country is full of lies. We're all gonna die and die like flies. I don't trust nobody anymore. Keep on saying go slow. That's just the trouble. Too slow. Desegregation. Too slow. Mass participation. Too slow. Unification. Too slow. Do things gradually. Too slow. Will bring more tragedy. Too slow. Why don't you see it? Why don't you feel it? I don't know. I don't know. You don't have to live next to me. Just give me my equality. 'Cause everybody knows about Mississippi. Everybody knows about Alabama. Everybody knows about Mississippi. God damn. That's it. Mr. Backlash, Mr. Backlash, just who do you think I am? You raise my taxes, freeze my wages, and send my son to Vietnam. You give me second-class houses and second-class schools. Do you think that all colored folks are just second-class fools, Mr. Backlash? I'm gonna leave you with a backlash blues. When I try to find a job to earn a little cash, all you got to offer is your mean old white backlash. But the world is big, big and bright and round, and it's full of folks like me who are black, yellow, beige, and brown, Mr. Backlash. I'm gonna leave you with a backlash blue. Mr. Backlash, Mr. Backlash, just what do you think I got to lose? I'm gonna leave you with the backlash blues. You're the one who'll have the blues, not me. Just wait and see.
Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those that trespass against us. Although them again we will never, never, never trust. Them not know what them do. Dig out your eye while I'm sticking like glue. Blink skin grin while I'm plotting for you. True.
Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
Me, I'm telling them no.
Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
For real, them not a clue.
Beware the
peace. Why for you to increase, I must decrease. If I treat you kindly, doesn't mean that I'm weak. You hear me speak and think I won't take it to the streets. I know enough cats that don't turn the other cheek, but I try to keep it civilized like Menelik and other African czars. Observing stars with war scars. Get yours in this capitalistic system. So many caught it got but you can't list them. How you gon' idolize the missing? To survive and to stay alive in the face of opposition. Even when they come in, gunning, I stay in position. I don't know the mission since conception. Let's free the people from deception. If you're looking for the answers, then you gotta ask the questions. And when I let go, my voice echo through the ghetto. Sick of men trying to pull strings like Geppetto. While black people always be the ones to settle. March through these streets like Soweto.
Like Cain and Abel, Caesar and Brutus, Jesus and Judas, backstabbers do this. Forgive them, Father, for they know, they do what they do. Forgive them, Father, they know what they do. What they do. It took me a little while to discover wolves and sheep goats who pretend to be lovers. Men who lack conscience will even lie to themselves, A friend once said, and I found to be true, that everyday people, they lie to God too. So what makes you think that they won't lie to you? Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
Forgive them, forgive them.
Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
Forgive them, go on like them love you while them rip you to shreds. Tramp up on your want and left you for dead. Them are your friend who you depend on from way back when. But if you give them your back, then you must need to end. Them don't know what them do. Them don't know what them do. Them don't know what them do. Them don't know what them do.
Yep. So, welcome back. This is Karawane Radio Show for Black Lives Matter UK. Hope you're having a good time out there. We are going to pick up the pace a wee bit after the next sort of wee video break. Remember, we're building up to a kind of DJ set at the end. We're just investigating some of the stories around ideas of unity, struggle and protests around the Black Lives Matter movement. Just around identity through hip-hop, through funk, through jazz, through soul, through Afrobeat, through calypso. We're just kind of listening to their voices, amplifying them, listening, reflecting. That's what it's about tonight. If you can make a donation, the link is just under the video. It's also, I'll stick it in the chat room as well. Please do support the really good work they're doing and help them keep up the momentum. Well worth your support. Now, just a wee aside, if you haven't seen the documentary What Happened Miss Simone, go and check it. I think it's still on Netflix about Nina Simone. Well worth a watch. Now, I'll play a bit more Nina Simone a bit later alongside some more Lauryn Hill at the end. And I played that because, you know, Nina Simone's legacy touched the next generation in such a way that her presence is felt through so many artists. But Lauryn Hill paid particular tribute to her legacy. And, you know, I could have played Lauryn Hill's song Black Rage, but it's a bit obvious because, you know, Lauryn Hill had a lot more to her than rage, and like Nina Simone, she could really pour it out in poetry. Both of them felt compelled to speak up about injustice and identity in the struggle, in the face of adversity and inequity, and really use their poetic gifts to get the message across. There are others, Erykah Badu, Jill Scott, you know, could have chosen a few, but who picked up the baton from Nina Simone. We're going to have a wee video break now, and then we're going to pick up the pace and go into some funk and soul. So this is the Karawane Show. Don't go anywhere. Hope you stick around with us. We're going to have the brand new studio video. You're going to to be the first people to ever see this. The new Karawane track, Rajal, with the extended horns version. Very special Scottish musician on the track. It's going to be an incredible thing. Privileged to see it, I'm telling you. So don't go anywhere for that. Now, okay, we'll be back in a few minutes. Just settle in to check this video, and then we're going to pick up the pace with some funk and soul.
We are told that you should never look at the sun. Its beauty a furious violence of light beyond our meager abilities. It takes one astronomical unit, that's 499 seconds, or 8.317 minutes, for the light from the sun to hit the earth, for it to warm our skin, and for it to trigger, within a landscape of sensitive folds, a congregation of 35 billion to delight. Golden rays transmogrify into golden hues, gold tones of the deepest, most complex shades, an impossible surface of shadows that somehow withstood all that rage and forged it into something tender. Something we can touch, something we can hold. Perhaps we may find beauty not just in our skin, but in the fact of all that brilliance, which, having traveled so astronomically far, chose to settle here. Not in rest, but in the pursuit of an alchemy that could only have been created within us. When they made us a black object, something to be found, captured and conquered through shadows. They never appreciated that this was darkness forged of the most abundant and powerful of light. Here in this blackness is a riotous alchemical beauty in which the celestial impossibility of holding light is rendered every day ordinary. Here is a phosphorescent jewel, glowing and vibrant, a mesmerizing dark by the very fact of light. We are told that you should never look at the sun. Its beauty a furious violence of light beyond our meager abilities. And yet, until it fell upon this body, black and ordinary. The sun never knew how beautiful it could be.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. This world going up in flame, and nobody wanna take the blame. Don't tell me how to live my life when you never felt the pain. Oh, 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 ooh, come on, baby. Ooh, they don't hear me crying. Ooh, they don't hear me trying. Ooh, they don't hear me crying. So what I'm gonna do? Yeah, baby. Oh, I can't turn my head away. No, 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 no. Seeing all these things. Okay. The road is burning up in flames, and nobody wanna take the blame. Is it you or you? Oh no, you. No, no. Or you? Oh no, me. Oh me. Ooh, they don't hear me crying. Ooh, they don't hear me trying. Ooh, so stop all that lying. Ooh, oh, you're killing me. Oh baby, come on, baby. Get it right. Oh, baby. Gotta need a better world. Oh, baby. Gotta make it, baby. Gotta make it right. Oh, baby. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, 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 baby. Oh, baby. Gotta make it right, baby. For you, for me, for you, you too. Gotta make it right, baby. Is it gonna be for me? Be for me. It'll be for you. Try it, baby. Try my love. Oh, hate. The world don't need today. Baby,
hope you enjoyed that. It's the Karawane show for Black Lives Matter UK. Thanks for joining us if you're out there. Really stoked to have you with us. It's been a while since I did anything like this from the radio show. But it is nice just to kind of get into a bit of the stories behind some of these things and play some of the music that you really feel and just listen to the voices and listen to what they're saying. And it's a treat. I hope you're feeling it too. Building up to a DJ set at the end. Gonna play from like 10:30 to midnight or maybe later. You know, the usual story. Uninterrupted. Just raising the energy. We're gonna end this just dancing, losing ourselves in the music as always should be. But we've got a wee bit to go yet, and that was pure soul music. I mean, literally, Charles Bradley laying his heart on bare wax and holding nothing back. And that was from his album Soul of America, and it speaks for itself, right? From that first moan of pain at the start of the track, just like Pharoah Sanders earlier on, that first wail of the horn. You just know it's nothing that needs an intermediary like me to explain. So we're going to play a few songs now from one of Bradley's eternal contemporaries, Miss Sharon Jones. Miss Sharon Jones is very special, and I admit very special to me. The video I played at the very beginning of the man marching in protest was really powerful, and the track under it was called Tear It Down by Sharon Jones. Now, if you buy that song, Tear It Down by Sharon Jones, on Bandcamp, all the money every time for that track goes to the National Immigration Law Centre, which is a kind of litigation support resource for immigrants arriving in the US. And it's raised an awful lot of money, actually, so, just go and buy it. It's an incredible, powerful track. Sharon Jones died of cancer a couple of years back. Her loss was keenly felt. She fought for social justice, and she was larger than life on stage, and every time I saw her on stage, it was just better and better. I saw her on stage in the Palau de la Música in Barcelona, just near the end of her life, actually, and she invited everyone on stage with her. It's this huge, big, long theatre stage, and we all just kind of got up out of our seats, and all of us were kind of moving around the stage, and it felt like she danced with every single one of us. She just kept playing her set with the Dap Kings playing away, and us all just dancing around her. One of the best nights I've ever had, and it's just something that has meant an awful lot to me, watching her move through the crowd. She was and is a beautiful soul, and you're going to hear it now. The first track I'm going to play is a classic case of appropriation of music, but in a good way, I think, because any way you spin this song, it's always a protest song, but people kind of take it for their own reasons, Woody Guthrie wrote this tune back in the 40s, and he was accused of being a Marxist, and yeah, I mean, okay, if you listen to the original lyrics, it's quite likely, but it's been sung by, Lady Gaga and Bruce Springsteen at the White House and all kinds of stuff, and everyone takes what they want from the song, but it's always a protest song. It's always about the shared history of the US. It's always opening up the idea of who owns and controls it and where the identity lies. When Sharon Jones sings it, there's no mistaking what she means. This was on her debut album in 2004. Now, she came into this, she released this debut album at the age of 40. And she'd worked as a prison officer, an armoured car guard for a bank, sanitation engineer, and a wedding singer before that. And she tried to break through, but the labels were like, no, we want a different look. And she said, quote, "This Sony guy told me I was, quote, too black, too fat, too short and too old. Told me to go and bleach my skin. Told me to step in the background and stay back. I had the voice, but I didn't have the looks." And you'll hear her in the second of these songs actually refer to that exact moment. The 4 albums she released before her death are works of great beauty and poignancy, and I highly recommend them. I'm going to play a few of her tracks, but the first is, as her band leader said, an unambiguous demand for equality and human dignity in a nation rife with social injustice and patriotic hypocrisy. This is This Land Is Your Land by Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California, well, to the New York was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of a highway, I saw above me all that endless skyway. Now I saw below me that golden valley, and I said, this land was made for you and me. As I was walking, now they tried to stop me. They put up a sign that said, oh, it said private property. Well, on the backside, you know, it said nothing. So it must be that side was made for you and me. Yeah. One bright sunny morning, well, in the shadow of the steeple, down by the welfare office, I saw my people. You know, now they stood hungry. I stood wondering. I was wondering if this land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From Riverside, California, up to Staten Island. Well, down to Augusta, Georgia. Don't forget to say Philadelphia. We're moving on down to Mississippi. Houston, Texas, LA. Hey, you know this land is your land. This land is my land. Oh, this land is your land. You got to believe that. Oh, it's my land. This land was made for you and me. Simple sounds are in my ear, coming from a radio. Oh no, where do all the good times go? Now in the daytime, all I am is a working fool, and in the nighttime, I'm trying to keep my cool. I know that people say gotta be a better way, but there ain't no golden goose that'll get you paid. Through the hard times, can't sit on the sideline. You know we gotta get ahead. I'm gonna keep on trying. North Augusta at the age of 3. My mother, 3 brothers, 2 sisters, and me. She brought us to New York City to set herself free from all the fighting, screaming, and misery, yeah. But New York in 1960, no peace to be found. Segregation, drugs, and violence was all around. But I'm still here. I'm still here. All the things I've been through just to sing this song. All the people I've seen come and go as I kept pushing along. I had to work as a prison guard, telling men to do what they're told. Cause some record label told me I was too fat, too short, black, and old. I had to direct the choir to let my voice sound. Cause that's the only place that I can sing and be proud. Cause I'm still here. I said I'm still here. From the ghetto to the garden, from the ballrooms to the bowls, from down under to Great Britain, I played so many drinking holes. Then the big sea crashed down on me, tried to take it all away, and I didn't know if I would live to see another day. But I'm still here, yeah. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here.
Sharon Jones, very much still here with us. Now we're missing out a few kind of obvious tracks tonight. I didn't want to do the kind of top 20 protest tunes on Spotify, you know, and play Fight the Power and Revolution Will Not Be Televised and, you know, Strange Fruit and all that kind of stuff, you know, although, you know, we're definitely going to go into the DJ set, and the DJ set will continue with music around these themes. Definitely, you know, hip-hop and Afrobeat is quite prominent in the DJ set, because these are music we just, you know, needs no introduction. But just wanted to kind of focus on some other ones that are maybe less known or less, you know, less related to these things, and the voices equally need to be heard for making an impact on others. And certainly Sharon Jones is just out there all the time. Her words, her actions just resonate true. Always fighting for equity, always fighting for social justice. But we can't go much further without mentioning the next guy, and his name is Gil Scott-Heron, and I want to tell you a wee story about him through the eyes of a young man called Abdul Malik Al Nasir from Liverpool. He's second generation from Bangladesh, growing up in Liverpool, and before he lost his parents at a really young age to illness, he was in this school that he hated, and him and his brothers and sisters, there was 3 siblings, they were the only people of colour in that school. Imagine this, big comprehensive, big sort of primary school in Liverpool. Now, he said that the pupils used to be called into the school with a special song. So, you know, it's quite common, even to this day, that schools will play a song, and when you hear that song, you know it's time to go to class. The song that they played was the headmaster's favourite song, and the lyrics went like this: Black Sambo, living in the jungle alone, except for Big Black Mumbo and Big Black Jumbo. No one considered this a problem at the time, and after that everyone would turn to him and his sisters and just call them Black Sambo. There were fights, everyone called them troublemakers, and he said at 9 I was expelled from the school, which resulted into me being taken into local authority care in 1975. His parents died around the same time he was expelled from school. He committed no crime, but he was locked into care for 9 years, abused, and then released into what he refers to as a hostel for black youths at 18 years old, broken and headed nowhere good. Now, Abdul grew up in Liverpool in a care home, but you know, he said that by the end of that he was just so traumatized he couldn't face up to the things that had happened to him. At that time, when he was released, his friend Penny was a photographer, and she had managed to get a ticket to go and see Gil Scott-Heron, the Victoria Theatre in London, and said to Abdul, hey, why don't you come with me, and blagged him a bit of an entrance. And he said it changed everything for him. He said, his words, I watched the show and I was mesmerised. It was hard to describe what he did exactly. He rapped, he played jazz, he was a poet, he educated. He was just singing a song, but his skin was the same tone as mine, and we were part of a collective soul that existed in the room. Now, after the show, Gil stopped him on the way out and said, hey, and asked him about the riots that had taken place in Toxteth quite recently, and said, hey, we had some riots ourselves, and told him about the DC riots. And to cut a long story short, Abdul was invited to tour with Gil Scott-Heron to, quote, carry the drums or whatever the fuck you want. That was his job interview. You know, and that was it, changed his life. He said that when Gil Scott-Heron realised that Abdul couldn't read, he, instead of making him feel ashamed, as he had expected, he taught him to read. When an opportunity came up for this management training programme with Littlewoods in the UK, Gil Scott-Heron pushed him to take it, to make something. And actually later on, Abdul released a book of poetry of his very own. When Gil died, he said he was heartbroken. He said, he saved my life. He made me realise what I could be. That's who Gil Scott-Heron was to so many people of colour, to the strugglers, the poets. And whether he was marching on the front lines and rapping his poetry and daring people to deny the truth, or spreading love and hope through his words, we will never ever see his like again. I'm going to play a couple of tunes by him. First one is Whitey on the Moon. And then I'm going to play Gun, and I'll play a very special version of Revolution in the DJ set a bit later. This is Gil Scott-Heron.
It's called Whitey on the Moon. And it was inspired by some whiteys on the moon. So I want to give credit where credit is due. All right. That's it. A rat done bit my sister Nell with Whitey on the moon. Her face and arms began to swell, and Whitey's on the moon. I can't pay no doctor bills, but Whitey's on the moon. 10 years from now, I'll be paying still while Whitey's on the moon. You know, the man just upped my rent last night, cause Whitey's on the moon. No hot water, no toilets, no lights, but Whitey's on the moon. I wonder why he's upping me, cause Whitey's on the moon? Well, I was already giving him $50 a week, and now Whitey's on the moon. Taxes taking my whole damn check. The junkies make me a nervous wreck. The price of food is going up. And as if all that crap wasn't enough, a rat done bit my sister Nell with Whitey on the moon. Her face and arms began to swell, and Whitey's on the moon. Was all that money I made last year for Whitey on the moon? How come I ain't got no money here? Whitey's on the moon. You know, I just about had my fill of Whitey on the moon. I think I'll send these doctor bills, air, mail, special. to Whitey on the Moon. Brother man nowadays living in the ghetto, where the danger's sure enough real. Well, when he's out late at night, if he's got his head on right, well, I lay you 95, he's walking with steel. Brother man say he's afraid of gangsters, messing with people just for fun. He don't want to be next, he got a family to protect. So just last week he bought himself a gun. Everybody got a pistol, everybody got a 45. And the philosophy seemed to be, at least as near as I can see, when the other folks give up theirs, I give up mine. This is a violent civilization, civilization where I am. Every channel that I stop on got a different kind of cop on it. They're killing them by the millions for Uncle Sam, but Saturday night just ain't that special. Yeah, I got the Constitution on the run. 'Cause even though we got the right to defend our home, defend our land, got to understand to get it in hand about the gun. Everybody got a pistol, everybody got a 45. And the philosophy seems to be, at least as near as I can see, when other folks give up, give up, give up, I give up, I give up. Freedom to be afraid is all you want. Yes, and you don't want to be next. You got a family to protect. 9 out of 10, you got a friend, you got a gun. Everybody got a pistol, everybody got a 45. Philosophy seems to be, at least as near as I can see, when the other folks give up theirs, I give up mine. Everybody got a pistol. This must really please the NRA. Yeah, 'cause when it's time to line up, you know damn well they're gonna shine up. Everybody, 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 da 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 da. Everybody got a da-da-da-da-da. The philosophy seems to be, at least as near as I can see, when the other folks give up theirs, I give up mine.
Welcome back. It's the Karawane Show. Raising funds and support for Black Lives Matter UK. Thanks for joining us. If you'd like to support, the link for the donation is below the video. It's also on the screen. You can see it on the screen. So you can copy and paste it from below the video title, or just copy it from the screen. And you can read about all the things the money goes to there and make your decision before you donate. definitely a worthwhile cause to support. And we're really happy to be doing this tonight in support of that movement. Now, tonight is just, as I said, it's not about anything about my opinions. It's just about listening to voices from people who are struggling, people who are talking about liberation, unity, identity, people of colour, their community, amplifying their voices. And that's really what it's about. We're going to build into a DJ set just a wee bit, so stick with us. We're going to kind of raise the energy a bit more. Now, the next couple of tunes, I mean, that was Gil Scott-Heron. Amazing, amazing, amazing stuff. The next tune's one of my all-time favourites, and actually it was only I was thinking about it, you know, when I was choosing tunes for the set, and I've been listening to this song for, I don't know, 25 years, 20 years for sure. Yeah, 20 years. And I never really kind of investigated that much more. I knew it's called Damn Right I Am Somebody. I knew it's a kind of affirmation of identity, but I checked it out, and, you know, it was actually based on a poem. This basically comes from when James Brown was at sort of peak of his Godfather of Soul period, you know. Used his voice and his kind of popular culture for his message of black liberation, empowerment. You know, this is Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, that kind of time. But the album title is actually reference to a poem called I Am Somebody. It written in the some people say 1950s. I found a newspaper clipping from 1943. It was by the Reverend William Holmes Borders, who is the senior pastor at Atlanta's Wheat Street Baptist Church. Check out the poem, I Am Somebody. It's absolutely incredible. And this is a homage to that man and that poem by Fred Wesley and the JBs. James Brown, of course, doing the arrangements. This is Damn Right I Am Somebody.
Cat asked me, say, are you somebody? I said, damn right I'm somebody. What do you say when I say, are you somebody? Damn right I'm somebody. Are you somebody? Lynn Collins, Miss Collins, are you somebody? Yes, I am. Well, she is. She's a lady. Thank you. Right on. Mr. Ray, are you somebody? Yeah, right. Are you somebody, Brother Pagney? You damn right. You sure got a lot of grip to say that. Are you somebody, Brother Parker? Damn right I'm somebody. Yeah. What about you, Assalamu alaikum? Well, Salaamu Salam. You know, we speak of love and happiness. Yeah. To me, happiness is Fred Wesley playing his horn. Hey, oh!
Watch
Okay, that was Damn Right I Am Somebody by Fred Wesley and the JBs. Of course, James Brown arranging there. Some good time soul power 74 funk with a positive message. Do check out the poem I Am Somebody from I'm pretty sure it's from 1943. That's the reference to it coming out in the newspaper clippings. It's really nice. It's a snapshot of America. It's a reverend writing all the voices of the black community, just stanza for stanza for stanza, and it's just absolutely simple and powerful affirmation of identity. Do recommend it. We are going to take a wee snapshot now of a different place, because we're not just limiting ourselves to America tonight. And we're going to take a wee snapshot of the voices in the city of London, because it really is quite a story in London, quite a continuous vocal reminder that the injustices and inequities that we're seeing are not just on TV and other lands, but right here in all spaces, in all shores. 22nd of June 1948, bringing workers from Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago and other islands as a response to the shortage of post-war labour. A vessel called the Windrush docked in London. Now, the name we all know, it's given to a whole generation who arrived from the Commonwealth countries over the next couple of decades, and were given leave to permanently remain here in the UK in 1971. But the Home Office totally screwed it up and didn't really keep track of the documentation. It meant they were able to threaten deportation and deport some people and some families when the political and economic winds became more expedient. Now, the music that they brought tells us 1,000 stories of identity, and it's just amazing to trace these things and just sort of get a snapshot and a cross-section of how people are feeling coming into this strange country and this strange culture. But it's not all protest, because right at the start, a lot of kind of Trinidadian calypso that was recorded in the UK is really admiring of British culture. Songs like Lord Kitchener's At the Coronation, the coronation of Queen Elizabeth, it's just observational calypso. He seems to love the ritual. He seems to love what he's seeing and feeling part of it. But already at that time, you're really seeing things changing, and more you hear lyrics of exclusion, of wanting to go home, tired of feeling apart, tired of feeling different. And I picked the next song because it's generally taken as one of the most subtle beginnings of that sentiment. It's a song from 1950 called General Election by Lord Beginner, where he talks of just being out in the rain and the cold, observing what's going on and being utterly confused by everything, and people shouting for Attlee and shouting for Churchill. I saw another interview where he said he was amazed the first time he saw his breath in front of him. He'd never seen that before. And it was right that he felt confused. I mean, he didn't feel included in this crazy archaic process and all the screaming and shouting. And in fact, the first black MP wouldn't be elected for 37 years after the song was actually made. So this is a wee snapshot into the beginning of those times. This is General Election by Lord Beginner.
This is a calypso about the general election in Great Britain. Me, Lord Beginner, make this calypso in the style of the old minor calypso, which we sing in Trinidad since many years. So hit it out, Mr. Blake. General election we had in Great Britain caused a sensation, independent, also liberal. It was essential, socialist was glad, communist was sad, conservative did cheer at the results in Trafalgar Square. But I was confused, waiting to get the news. Me and Dorothy in the rain and the cold by Piccadilly. 2 long days there was announced in the parties. With those majorities, they said that the king was listening. So nothing was missing, traffic could not pass. Police had a task, it was the best election, I'll say. Crowds were there till the break of day. But I was confused, waiting to get the news. Me and Dorothy in the rain and the cold by Piccadilly. Piccadilly was the grand illumination. Names went up in rotation. Some said we will get more employment. Others said better house rent. Balloon went up too. I saw red and blue for Attlee supporters raw and for Churchill who won the war. But I was confused, waiting to get the news. Me and Dorothy in the rain and the cold by Piccadilly. A poor Indian man who stood and was shouting, "Where sabi all man a voting?" Me not know why so much people glad to see them going house a lad. God make 'em rain fall, still they not move at all. Them are loyal to them parties, all night long them body not freeze. But I was confused, waiting to get the news. Me and Dorothy in the rain and the cold by Piccadilly.
Now, that was a really kind of observational piece of music, and it tells a story quite kind of dispassionately, you could say. I mean, he's just talking about his confusion. It's clear he feels kind of lost in this new world that he's in, but we just have to kind of guess or assume what Lord Beginner was actually feeling. But that wasn't always to be the case in the music that brought to the UK with a Windrush voice. The next tune is suggested by Lauren out there. Hope we've got you with us tonight, Lauren. Say hello in the chat room if you're out there. Well, I mean, we can't really go much further without ceding Linton Kwesi Johnson some space. Not that he needs anyone's permission or would even think about asking for it. I met him almost 20 years ago at a book festival in Wales in Hale and Wye, and I still got my signed copy of Me Revolutionary Friend, his book of poetry. And the poem that you saw on the video at the start, the very first video tonight, was also by him, by LKJ. It's amazing stuff. Definitely recommend his poetry. Linton Kwesi Johnson. Born in Jamaica, but he came to the UK when he was 11. And in one of his stories, I think it's an interview online I saw, he tells of his shock when he first got off the ship of seeing a white man sweeping the streets, because he said in Jamaica all the white men drive fin-tailed cars and eat in fancy restaurants, so this was crazy for him. And from then you can see his commentary, not just on race but on identity, are mixed with the struggle of class and oppression of all people, and his really inimitable style of nation language, which just refuses to conform to any conventional styles, does not care if you don't understand him, take it or leave it. There are so many excellent essays on this, but I like a guy at Braithwaite who said that the hurricane cannot be expressed in pentameters. And there's another essay by Gilroy that said, he's talking about the soundscapes of Windrush UK. He says, Black Britons do not just remember the countries of their past, they continually reinvent them as a challenge to the nationhood they now confront. And the focus of the alternative public spheres they create is musical. Nation languages are sound systems. So listen now to Linton Kwesi Johnson tell us what it's like to be dread in England, calling out not only to Jamaican descendants but all people of colour, carving out their identity in the UK rather than having it shaped for them.
George Lindo, him is a working man. George Lindo, him is a family man. George Lindo, the innocent one. George Lindo, him never do no wrong. George Lindo, him no carry no dagger. George Lindo, him is not no robber. George Lindo, them have to let him go. George Lindo, them better free him now.
Frame of George Lindo up in Bradford town, but the Bradford blacks them a rally round. They say them frame of George Lindo up in Bradford town, but the Bradford blacks them a rally round. Maggie Thatcher at the go with a racist show, but a she have to go. Car Right now, African, Asian, West Indian, and Black British stand firm in England. Now this your time, yeah. For no matter what they say, come what may, we are here to stay in England. Now this your time, yeah. George Lindo, him is a working man. George Lindo, him is a family man. George Lindo, him never do no wrong. George Lindo, the innocent one. George Lindo, him no carry no dagger. George Lindo, him is not no robber. George Lindo, them have to let him go. George Lindo, them better free him. No. Fame of George Lindo up in Bradford town, but the Bradford blacks them a rally round. They say the fame of George Lindo up in Bradford town, but the Bradford blacks them a rally round. Maggie Thatcher and the go with a racist show, but a she have to go. Cause right now, African, Asian, West Indian, and Black British stand firm in England. In a this your time, yeah. No matter what they say, come what may, we are here to stay in England. This your time, yeah. George Lindo, him is a working man. George Lindo, him is a family man. George Lindo, him never do no wrong. George Lindo, the innocent one. George Lindo, him no carry no dagger. George Lindo, him is not no robber. George Lindo, them have to let him go. George Lindo, them better free him now.
That's 11 on the end.
So much good UK reggae. Gonna have a wee bit later on with Black Uhuru. Definitely going to be included in the DJ set. Coming right up, actually. Not far off it now. Just got a few more tunes to play. Then we're going to watch. Got a wee video break, and we'll definitely slide in the new video studio release of Karawane, the new single Rojao, but the extended horns version. So don't go anywhere, because that's going to be. You guys will be the first to ever see this. Now. We're kind of, this is what I said at the beginning of the show. You listen to people from Louis Armstrong to Lauryn Hill, it's the same message, it's the same things. There might be minor points of civil rights, civil liberties and laws that have changed, but the message is the same. They're, they want change, that we need to listen. That's the message that runs all the way through. And again, we see this, so we're just listening to Linton Kwesi Johnson. We're going to come right up to date in London. It's the same story, but a different beat in a younger voice. This is Rodney P, originally of the London Posse, and a damn fine MC. Just incredible stuff. I've just absolutely loved this guy since the London Posse. We'll hear actually another of his tunes in the DJ set actually that I'm going to play. I've definitely got another Rodney P track I've got to play. Here he is, rhyming about his life as a second generation immigrant in the track. And we see, to be honest, Rodney P, over the 20 years I've been listening to the guy, 20 years really, yeah, from London Posse. There's a maturity of message has emerged. And now he's just in this track, you hear it, he's exploring the idea of identity, Pan-Africanism, which we'll come back to, as well as the ongoing impact of imperialism in all its forms. And this Pan-Africanist theme to his later music is something we'll come back to with some reggae after this. So we're gonna play the last sort of hip-hop tune before we go into the DJ set. Got a couple of reggae ones to come. This is Rodney P with Recognize Me, I'm an African.
Well, I'm on easy, whoa. It's a good day for the race, you know. It really did. Yo, I'm like the first in creation. Recognize me like the birth of a nation. European or Asian. Could be a Dominican, Jamaican or Haitian. I ain't hating if you're Canadian, Trini or Bayesian. African, like the Queen of Sheba, the Queen Makeda, born leader, dream believer. And Liz is Cleopatra, I didn't believe her. When they tell me I'm a king, I don't believe that neither, no. Been tricked by the great deceiver. Now I got the devil in me, I'm a great deceiver. I'm sick but I'm sweating trying to break that fever. And the hate can't break me neither. Recognize me.
We've got a warrior spirit inside.
Yes,
I'm African like the mother that's been rocking the cradle. Little sister of the sun putting food on the table. African like I'm Aesop, come hear my fable. I'm trying to make my way to heaven like the Tower of Babel. It's like I'm Marcus Garvey trying to raise up an army. Saw my double on a road in a Rari. He stopped when they passed me, asked me who's my people. I told him to be truthful, I was hoping he knew. Could be like Shaka or Zulu, could be Tutsi or Hutu, Bantu, Ashanti or Sutu. But who knows though, cause history lost me. And hearing slave stories is like killing me softly with their words. Around the planet like a Bedouin and share herds. And got a remedy for everything, prepare herds. I want you please believe me, African like the flows and bees, they recognize me.
We've got a warrior spirit inside.
Listen, economic warfare means I was born here. My family ain't Jamaican, just born there. I ain't Arawak and I forebears. Grew up in the land that made this rich, so be sure I get your share. Like the business that they hate so much. The English, the Belgian and the Dutch, Portuguese and such. Crumble everything they're trying to clutch. But history tells me that they're owed so much, so much. And I ain't trying to say the truth flows one way. I give thanks every day when I feel a spirit inside me. And I ain't trying to blame you, claim your own shame. I just want you to remember my name and recognize me.
We've got a warrior spirit inside.
Militant, dark and damn dangerous.
I stand to be who rights and equality. It comes from every
Forward then to independence. To independence now. Tomorrow. The United States of Africa. Of Africa.
That was Rodney P and Recognize Me, I'm an African. Strong tune. And as I said, we're going to get into the last few songs and stories before we get into a wee DJ set. There's so much we could explore, but tonight's not really about anything I have to say, and that's why I'm just reading out the words and the stories and lyrics of others playing this music that can just speak for itself and doesn't need any intermediary. But it is nice to kind of know a bit of the context and stuff, and I hope you're enjoying it. It's just something that I think, I've been listening to this music since I was 13. Grew up listening to hip-hop, funk, soul, then into jazz, roots, reggae, then into Afrobeat and world music and stuff. And I find myself now kind of really re-listening as well, because it's like I've been listening to this music for so long. hip hop has always been this music of social commentary, Afrobeat, protest, reggae of black identity struggle, repatriation, Pan-Africanism, and you take it for granted that that's just an endemic part of what the music is, but it's just what the music has been by necessity, and it doesn't always need to be like that. That's all I'm saying. And so I've been kind of re-listening to this and thinking, yeah, this is, why is it being the same message from Louis Armstrong to Lauryn Hill? Why are everyone saying the same thing? Maybe it's time to listen. So if you can, please donate to Black Lives Matter UK. The link is below in the video. It's also where is it? Yeah, it's in the video name as well. So you'll see it on the screen below me on the wee TV thing. So please, if you can, do that. They're trying to get to £1 million to capitalise on this momentum that's been built to do some good work in the communities, BAME communities particularly, that have been really disproportionately affected by coronavirus for a start, and a lot of mental health issues around that, plus the political activist side as well. Just all good stuff. Now, as I said, last few songs and stories coming up now. I mentioned Rodney P in the last song touched on imperialism, but the message that rang through clearest of all was Pan-Africanism. And if you haven't heard this before, this is basically the idea, well, Peter Tosh says it best, says no matter where you live, if you're a black man or woman, we're all African. This is the idea of all Africans unite. It's really... It really comes through hip-hop and Afrobeat, but reggae above all. And it's often mixed in with a call for repatriation. Songs like Africa is Zion by Tony Benjamin and later Sister Aisha, they promoted the idea of Ethiopia as the motherland, sometimes Tanzania in some songs. But a lot of songs broaden that out to Africa as a whole, and reggae is the music that just, it never forgets. It never forgets the roots, never forgets where you came from. So, from Bob Marley's Slave Driver song, or Chase Them Crazy Ballheads, to Burning Spears, Slavery Days, the days of Marcus Garvey raising money for the Black Star Liner to take the community back to Ethiopia and unite under one nation. This is an idea and movement that's never gone away. I'm going to play you a bit of reggae now. This is Johnny Clark and African People. Johnny Clark, if you've ever seen him on stage, he calls his enormous dreadlocks, they reach down to his knees, his African roots, and you'll see him on stage if you're lucky one day and watch him, because he wears his hat, he conceals them under his hat, and before he plays this song, he shakes them free. And when they hit the ground and the crowd cheers, and then this is the song he plays. It's called African People. And we're going to go into a song after that recorded 40 years later by Rastio and Sizzla with the same message. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. This is African People, Johnny Clark, and then Hands Up for Africa by Rastio and Sizzla.
child shall redeem us soul to our African people, to our African tribe, to our African people, to our African tribe. They took us away from our father's land and brought us to stay on their wicked land. They made us work all day and night with no freedom and no rights.
Africa, the cradle for civilization. Stand and develop the motherland. Step alongside Rastio. Rastafari. Africa, you've been through the world. Who shall bless no one curse? Hail King Selassie the first. Africa, you feed the hungry and you quench the thirst. You've been through the world. Who shall bless no one curse? Hail King Selassie the first. Africa, you feed the hungry and you quench the thirst. Put your hands up for Africa. Yes, I put your hands up for Africa. Put your hands up for Africa. Yes, I put your hands up for Africa. None of them can ramp with Ethiopia, the African business. Ain't no joke, yeah. Increase the education mode, yeah. Develop Africa, I'm an African soldier. Ooh, Africa, you lead the world. Africa, you feed the world. Protect all the boys and girls. Rastafari, bless you from early. Put your hands up for Africa. Yes, I put your hands up for Africa. Liberia. Put your hands up for Africa. Yes, I put your hands up for Africa.
Africa, we want to go. Black man circle the score. Our father is calling our home. Jah is near, I know. The history you stole from us, from mathematics to culture. Mama, you still find a way. Never, never lose, I say. Abyssinia is the mighty race.
Put your hands up for Africa. Yes, I put your hands up for Africa. Put your hands up for Africa. Yes, I put your hands up for Africa. Nigeria. We shall see you on the glorious day. They rape Africa in the most notorious way. But
Jah is rising on the judgment day. Africa, we rise, rise again.
Put your hands up for Africa. Yes, I put your hands up for Africa. Somalia. Put your hands up for Africa. Yes, I put your hands up for Africa.
Africa, we want to go. Africa, we want to live. Africa, we want to chant. Africa, we want to be.
So, that was African People by Johnny Clark, into Hands Up for Africa by Rastio and Sizzla. Pan-African lyrics. This is the end of the radio show segment. We're going to go into a bit of a DJ set. But as I promised, we've got a very, 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 very special treat. How many berries? At least 5. Gotta be. The next track is one of our own releases by Ali A. This is a Karawane release. It's our second single. It's called Rojão, which is Portuguese for rocket, which you'll definitely find out why. But this is... Now, we played the Rojão a few weeks ago in the Karawane house party, but this is a very, very special version. You're going to see it live in the studio recording with Konrad Wisniewski and Hello, Conrad. How you doing? Apparently, he's listening just now. Conrad's one of the top horn players in the country. Brass to the max. He's gracing the track here. This is the extended horns version that you're going to hear. And you guys are the absolute first in the world to see this. I've only just got this recording sent to me from Ali today from the studio. So this is hot off the press. Then we're going to play so there's that video. And then there's like a little hip-hop section video, and then we're going to go into the DJ set, and we're going to just go until at least midnight or whenever the beer finishes. I hope you're enjoying yourself tonight. Get involved in the chat room. Let us know you're out there. The rest of the DJ set is all still around the themes of struggle, protest, identity, upliftment and unity. But it's time to dance, time to feel the energy. It's time to be really what it's all about, is coming together. And I hope that music in our own small way can do that for you tonight. So big love to everyone out there and everyone making themselves known in the chat room, everyone showing support and showing love, everyone donating to Black Lives Matter UK. It's great to stand up and be counted. It's great to know that you're out there. I'm going to shut up now. Check this out. We're going to go over to Karawane Sounds, Rojao. This is going to blow your head off, I'm telling you. And then when you next see me, we're going to be in a wee DJ set. So pour yourself another drink.
tried to tell me that my license was suspended. I got offended for a minute and pretended that I never even got the damn letter. It's 9 o'clock on the dot, so I think I better scoot off to school, cause in class is a test. I gotta dress fast, grab my glasses and my vest. Oh damn, ass harder as I am. Hopped in my hoochie ride, pumped up the jam. Put it in reverse in the first in this verse, and from that very moment on my day got worse.
As I was standing in the street, I suddenly seen the smoke. I know that Derek's on his way. I ran to get my coat and the bag from the room. It took a minute. Boom! Hopped into the car, we drove away in a zoom. I assumed doom as we were driving on the gravel. At any given minute, we could have a short and travel. So I rambled about my license as we shambles. Should've took the bus. I busted out the saddles or some old nights. So which we have some good bikes. We need to exercise, baby. We can take a hike and you can give Sherry back those car keys. Because everywhere I walk, the one that have to say please. Please, don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Please, please, don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Please, please, don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Please, please, don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Please. Away to our destination. No license, no insurance, not even registration. Tags on the plate say December '82. Car so dirty, it looks great, but it's really blue. Who would think we're up to good? Four black niggas driving through the neighborhood in hats and glasses, making funny passes like driving slowly, playing low key for asses, knowing damn well one time will harass us. And all the while we see girls jog. Chevy's little car is pouring out smog. Then we made it right, cause I spotted one in tight. Cool.
You live with your homeboys?
Yeah, I live with my homeboys.
That's where you taking me to your house with your homeboys on?
I mean, but they're not home.
You ain't got your own crib?
No, I ain't got.
Lights, action, without the camera, sirens and high beams, two to a team. The blue coat Billy goes around on my rear view. Hot on the tail of an innocent being. My heartbeat is racing at a pace so fast. I'm wishing that the coppers would get off my ass. My tail can't go to jail cause it's whack. What would happen to my girl and my record contract? Yo, fellas, take off the baseball caps. Word up, I heard that the nerds get tapped. And throw on the glasses and give up the cheese. Oh, please don't pull me over, officer, please. I'm discombobulated, 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 malfunctioning and faded. If it's easy, I can't believe it's me. Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Please, please, don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Please, please, don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Please, please, don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Don't pull me over, Mr. Officer. Please.
We are all starting to awaken more in the fact that we play a part in this. We all have to like step up.
See the color of my skin? Black lives matter. I have the freedom to do things what it is that it matter. Hating is blood, calling the dispatcher. Already had a plan, black man racially profiled. Slow down, I'm being followed, I turn around. Up in my circumference, I feel threatened, murdered or sentenced. If I can prove I have no weapon, already black me versus the system sucks. Should I fight back or turn around and run? How you fear for your life? You the one with the gun. Pursued when you was not to do so, but you done. Got out the car to stalk a mother's son. Instincts kicked in once you pulled out your gun. You not a cop, no authority. Neighborhood watch, you observed and report, then leave it to the cops. You kept pursuing. Reason for altercation, it was all racist. Point blank, these laws segregated. Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, Eric Garner, they all laying on the ground. Damn son, they was murdered for no reason. What the hell these white folks be thinking? Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, Eric Garner, they all laying on the ground. Damn son, they was murdered for no reason. What the hell these white folks be thinking? Heart heavy on the soul when you know there's no justice. this hoodie on my head, assume I'm worth nothing. Depicted, wishing it was all a dream. The system, sickening, just like Paula Dean. Jordan Davis murdered. Where's my civil rights? Marissa got 20 years over domestic fight. The pitch about this, most of our killers are white. In a black disguise to blind us from the light. Been marching for a change, but did it change something? Not really though. Non-violence is doing nothing. I wanna run up on a few devils with my brothers. Give them the same as Emmett Till as he suffered. The South been to hell for the devil's oven. Time to fight fire with fire. The duck running. I never been a racist. You laid out the instructions. Got away with murder. Time for the repercussions. Sean Bell, Jordan Davis, Oscar Grant. Black Lives Matter. They killing our black men and getting away with it like they admit they did it. I see our skin really makes no difference. Sean Bell, Jordan Davis, Oscar Grant. Black Lives Matter. They killing our black men and getting away with it like they admit they did it. I see our skin really makes no difference. Yeah, we losing our future, our babies, our children to these corrupted politicians and they laws. The 10%, the rich slave makers, teach the poor nothing but lies. That's right. These behind the white sheet racist states that treat us worse than the animals they eat. Shit. They want us to sing the Star Spangled Banner, B. Where they do that at, God? Keep your Confederate flag, B. I'm protected by the red, the black, and the green. Cause I'm the original man, the cream, you sissies.
Welcome back. Going into a wee DJ set now. Amazing work from Ali and Conrad's. Maybe stick that on again at the end.
Charlie said,
Yes, Kubala.
Charlie, yes, if you post.
And then we had Please Don't Pull Me Over, Mr. Officer by The Far Side. That's why our Black Lives Matter hip hop tune. Stick with us, it's Caravan of Sounds. With you until midnight at least.
If I tell you what I go through for my life inside Charlie, you know go love today in my skin. No go love today in my skin. If I tell you what I go through for my life inside Charlie, you know go love today in my skin. No go love today in my skin.
As I grow, then people want to know if the color of my skin is the color of my soul. And if so, then how would they know if they can let me in? Whose side was I on? But to ask why is it wrong? If I am both different and strong, blended like milk and coffee in one, this caramel skin with which I was born. It's taken long, but now I know it was just fear that make them talk so. But if they don't see, then they'll never know that what's inside me is more than skin tone.
If I tell you what I go through for my life inside Charlie, you know go love today in my skin. No go love today in my skin. If I tell you what I go through for my life inside Charlie, you know go love today in my skin. No go love today in my skin. When I dey Ghana, hopefully followed by half cook, also mulatto, lastly obroni pete. If I tell you what I go through for my life inside Charlie, you know go love today in my skin. No go love today in my skin. If I tell you what I go through for my life inside Charlie, you know go love today in my skin. No go love today in my skin. When I dey Romania, Chouar, followed by Tsigan, also Negro, lastly my mutter. If I tell you what I go through for my life inside Charlie, you know go love today in my skin. No go love today in my skin. If I tell you what I go through for my life inside Charlie, you know go love today in my skin. No go love today in my skin.
of being in complete unity with each other, harmony with each other, and not letting the man maneuver us into fighting one another. As long as we practice brotherhood among ourselves, and then others who want to practice brotherhood with us, we're for that. But I don't think that we should run around trying to love somebody who doesn't love us.
One thing I can tell you is you got to be free.
I was too young to care when my father died. I had to put one in the air when my mama died. Both victims of completely different homicide. It make me wonder sometimes, damn, how mama died. I can't shake these memories I'm haunted by. If you bring a tear to your eye, then I apologize. With every child is born, another shot is fired. How many hours is left before the clock expires? I'm bothered by it, embracing the brilliance of the sound. Wondering how to move a nation to millions. Because they ain't felt the bass in a minute. Harry Winnet, hip-hop is ever so patiently waiting to get it. Take a look into the sky and see it scraping the buildings. Or look into the mirror, see the face of resilience. My heart of frustration is in it. When I spit it, it's vintage. Soul molded into my own image. Yeah.
One thing I can tell you is you got to be free.
It ain't hard to tell.
One thing I can tell you is you got to be free.
It ain't hard to tell.
One thing I can tell you is you got to be free.
Yeah, it ain't hard to tell.
Tell you is you got to be free.
In the middle,
Yeah.
What's wrong with the world today? Things just got to get better. Show me what the leaders say. Maybe we should write a letter. Said, dear Mr. Man, we don't understand why poor people keep struggling, but you don't lend a helping hand. 5:5 say the meek shall inherit the earth. We wanna be down that way, but you've been tripping since the day of your birth. Who said that to kill is a sin? It started at Brasenko War that your people beat in. Who says that water is a precious commodity? Then dropped a big old black oil slick in the deep blue sea. Who told Mr. Man that working around the clock? Buy me a big house in the hood, cigarette ads on every block. Who told me, Mr. Man, that I got a right to moan? How about this big old hole in the ozone?
This is for all the listeners of the Karawane show every Saturday here on Love Stream. Not called the DK.
Dear Mr. Man, we don't understand. Maybe we should write a letter. Listen, ain't no sense in voting. Same song with a different name. Might not be in the back of the bus, but it sure feels just the same. Ain't nothing fair about welfare. Ain't no assistance in aid. Ain't nothing affirmative about your actions till the people get paid. Your 1,000 years are up. Now you got to share the land. Section 1, the 14th Amendment says no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Mr. Man, we want to end this letter with 3 words. We tired of y'all. Tired, tired. Sick and tired of being tired.
Hey, Vanessa. Yeah, that track was Mr. Man by Prince. As promised, we're going to go back to Rodney P in London. Live Up. This is Livity, high vibes, London style. Check the video out to this one. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Filmed at Notting Hill Carnival. It's the Caravan Radio Show. Here with you till midnight. Check this one.
Live up, and live right. Make we secure a better future. Begging you don't turn no shooter. Yo, get on your face if you live up, and live right. And one shine like the rainbow. Me no want no gun fi make no brain blow.
Yeah. Up in the bricks, you smell gun smoke. Young black pocket broke, older head smoking coke. Trust me, this is no joke. Dope fiend shoulder lean, something like a bad dream. This is why I grew 24/7 down B. Flow piff so sick, not half the whole brick. Tilly's baby boy, look, this is what she molded. I'm jet black, hard head. Pigs want me brown bread. I'm genius, but I'm silly with the mic device. Enough said.
Yeah. You man, you have to live up. Can't give up. Move strong like river. Be a bad man, draw things, clap man, shot blocks, crack man, hard body acting. Okay, why not learn a thing or two? Teach the others in your crew. We say the future is you say the future is due. I'm a spitter, lyrically fitter as people's army. You man have a plan in
I said war one, yeah, that was just getting head on the park bench. Gets that Finsy Park slump been embedded in my hard head. Trying to live it up like Jarson. From my basement, I'm boiling charges. Pavements named dark red. Dramas with your baby mamas, problems with the coppers. But they're not gonna real rotten like your moles, can't be bothered. This makes you and all your nutters, got your pockets chuck on blockers with prophets. That's knowledge that I got from my brothers.
I say we feel live up, and live right. Make we secure a better future. Begging you don't turn no shooter. Yo, get on your face if you live up, and live right. And one shine like the rainbow. Me no want no gun fi make no brain blow, no.
Cause I was born a year after Bob Marley died. Mandela and the apartheid I grew with. Millie Jackson and Earth, Wind the Fire. In my heart is the strength of 10 lions. I know Zion. I know about the pyramids and the hidden promise. The Westerners that came and they saw and had to rob it. See, I'm an activist. From the Irish blood in my veins to the black melanin in my fist.
Hey, Mr. Rudy, take it easy. Hey, Mr. Rudy, take it easy. Mr. Rudy, you're going too nasty. Mr. Rudy, you're going too nasty. It's all about peace, love, and unity. Rude boy style, but we're not no Rudy. What is that? Mighty Mo up on the MIC. Roll with the army and Rodney P. How you mean?
Yo, I got the rockers for the shutters. Old school like a B-boy stance, some body poppers. But I got this new dance now, they still watch us and we still don't like feds and can't stand coppers. Yo, this ain't a gun talk, champagne, coke thing. Cause this ain't gun talk's revolution provoking. Revolution on road thing, they can't harm me. Ragamuffin, rhythm killer, people army, yeah.
Live up, and live right. Make we secure a better future. Begging you don't turn no shooter. Yo, get on your face if you live up, and live right. And one shine like the rainbow. Me no want no gun fi make no brain blow, no. Say we feel live up, and live right. Make we secure a better future. Begging you don't turn no shooter. Yo, get on your face if you live up, and live right. And one shine like the rainbow. Me no want no gun fi make no brain blow, no.
Fela Kuti.
This rhythm is called Koginikoku, used in some particular kind of shrines in my hometown, Abeokuta City. It goes like this. Koginikoku, Koginijek, Koginikoku, Koginijek, Koginikoku, Koginijek, Koginikoku,
It's a song called Why Black Man They Suffer. Recorded in Lagos, Nigeria. Up to Ghana now. Fucking Waz. These guys are so funny. Really kind of tongue-in-cheek stuff. They've got songs like Thank God I'm Not a Nigerian. You never mean to be taken seriously, but there's always that serious undercurrent. This one's called Want to Be White. Driving down the country with my NGO, pat me on the head and away I go. I think the message is pretty clear. Real kind of funny song, but always that serious undertone. Definitely recommend checking them out. Fucking Boise, they're called. There's a song called Want to Be White.
Charlie, man, very good store.
Yep.
Yeah, I beg, if you dey go, I want to change the cream way we they use.
My own good though. Bright is right.
The bright is right, no the be. So I beg, carry me one bowl tab of Milky Way and make a take for my body.
That one.
Yeah, then the sardine in the garage.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
When I first saw Jesus, I wanted to be white.
Yes.
When Eminem started rapping, it was very tight. But not so much vanilla ice.
He lies. When he came out, he wanted his eyes.
And blonde hair.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very nice. Now I just want to beat my body like white rice. Ignoring the cries of
what if your skin fries?
For the best skin toner, I go pay any price.
The only black rappers who want to be white. We want to be white. We need to be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We have to be white. We will be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We want to be white. We need to be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We have to be white. We will be
I
white.
want a silk skin
that looks like it's got some milk in.
white like Rumpelstiltskin,
with a little pinking like a chicken.
plucked and ready for roasting.
If I were white, the way I'd be boasting.
Flexing with my sun lotion.
Under an umbrella by the ocean. The potion.
Travel round Africa with my NGO.
Pat kits on the head for land and go.
Become crown king of King Tampu.
Ride around on my rhino or pet hippo.
Learn to drum and dance, teach to drink and beach.
Come in the latter days as a saint and preach.
Wrong things about God and laugh cause I'm right.
Stop buffing cause blacks only buff
to be white.
The only black rappers who want to be white. We want to be white. We need to be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We have to be white. We will be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We want to be white. We need to be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We have to be white. We will be white. And even though my rough, I can get a deal and be the next Asharoff. I'll bleach my skin like Vibes Cartel
with blue contacts in your eyes as well.
To all my ladies tired of these hair trade fairs,
tired of tracking weaves and prefer straight hair.
Stop telling them Jesus is black, of course. We love melanin, free skin and flat bottosis.
Nah, Charlie. Please rewind this. It's not true. The plot.
The only black rappers who want to be white. We want to be white. We need to be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We have to be white. We will be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We want to be white. We need to be white. The only black rappers who want to be white. We have to be white. We will be white.
As promised, some more spiritual jazz. Pharoah Sanders. Our roots began in Africa. Up Zimbabwe. This is Brother Valentino. Thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Karawane Show. Please feel free to support Black Lives Matter UK. Links in the video description below. With you till midnight tonight.
Woe be unto Rhodesia, woe be unto South Africa. You're pushing my back against the wall, I'm calling the tribes of Hannibal. I man decide to put on his boots and march to defend his roots. Say, calling them Juju, calling them Zulu, shouting Ashanti, calling Watusi. In South Africa and Rhodesia, let go run like water. Prepare my brother for the bloody river. Just remember, brother, bloody cut and water. Stay up Zimbabwe, stay up Zimbabwe, stay up Zimbabwe, stay up Zimbabwe. I know this fight won't be so easy, but you got to get rid of the enemy. If you don't get rid of the enemy shall get rid of thee. My people, you see, we have no choice, so Africans, hear my voice. Say, calling them Zulu, calling them Juju, shouting Ashanti, calling Watusi. In South Africa and Rhodesia, let go run like water. Prepare my brother for the bloody river. Just remember, brother, blood thicker than water. Stay up Zimbabwe, stay up Zimbabwe, stay up Zimbabwe, stay up Zimbabwe. Talk that America supporting white South Africa, but if we have to walk voodoo, my people shout in your room. Song the drums and summon the witch doctors to deal with those weird characters. Hey, calling them Zulu, calling them Juju, shouting Ashanti, calling Watusi. In South Africa Africa and Rhodesia. Blood will run like water. Prepare my brother for the bloody river. Just remember, brother, blood thicker than water. Stay up, Zimbabwe. Stay up, Zimbabwe. Stay up, Zimbabwe. Stay up, Zimbabwe. To the freedom fighters I declare, Africans' affair is my affair. Ian Smith and Buster got to go, the revolution says so. Say, calling them juju, calling them juju, shouting Ashanti, calling Watusi. In South Africa and Rhodesia, let go run like water. Prepare my brother for the bloody river. Just remember, brother, blood thicker than water. Stay up, Zimbabwe. Stay up, Zimbabwe. Stay up, Zimbabwe. Stay up, Zimbabwe.
Another one I promised you. We couldn't have a night of protests, songs of identity, unity, upliftment, community, without social commentary of Gil Scott-Heron at his best. The revolution will not be televised, but let's stick a bit of Afrobeat slant on that one. See you like this version.
We'd like to do a poem for you called The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. Primarily because it won't be.
Xerox in 4 parts without commercial interruptions. The revolution will not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Mendel Rivers to eat hog maws confiscated from a Harlem sanctuary. The revolution will not be televised.
Shout out to Kirsty at Tor. Thanks for joining us, Kirsty. If you're just joining us now, we did the radio show part a bit earlier. We're kind of in a bit of the DJ set flow, but this will be uploaded to lovestream.co.uk/watch. If you want to check it back afterwards, should be up tomorrow. That was Gil Scott-Heron, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. We're now going to go into Seun Kuti, tune that his dad, Fela Kuti, wrote, Beasts of No Nation, and don't know if you can see this cover here. It says the uprising will bring out the beast in us, and it's got a picture of P.W. Botha from South Africa, Thatcher and Reagan. and is a big sign saying give us social justice, human rights is our property. Bête sauvage sans nationalité. Originally by Fela, and this is by his son Seun Kuti. This is Beasts of No Nation.
Won't start to leak again. Ooh, 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 ooh. I be you don't forget to say I sing to you. I sing to say I go open my mouth like basket to you. My land be happy there. This one, now war against indiscipline, yo. The Nigerian government, yo. Them they talk, yo. My people are useless, my people are senseless, my people are indisciplined. The Nigerian government, yo. And in my talk with that, yo. The time we did for prison, he call am inside world. The time we fell a day outside prison. Fella call am outside world, not this world, not be outside world, not be outside the police state. Kill black people everywhere, not Chris world be that. Many niggas as you see them, not different disguise them kill. Animal in human skin, animal in food to tie up, animal in where I gather.
Living just enough for the city.
The city. I rap with the passion of Christ. Nigga cross me, took it out of space, and niggas thought they lost me. I'm back like a chiropractor with B-boy survival rap. It ain't 94, Joe, we can't go back. The game need a makeover. My man retired, I'ma take over. Tell these halftime niggas breaks over. I'm raw hustlers, get your baking soda. Too many rape the culture. Leave rappers with careers and they faith over. It's a war going on. You can't fake being a soldier in the basement. Listening to tapes of ultra magnetic to the stack. The Messiah's black. I turn the TV down, we can take it higher than that. I wonder if these whack niggas realize they whack. And they the reason that my people say they tired of rap. Inspired by black Muslims and Christians, pushing cutlasses, dope, and other traditions and not conditions of the city. The city, the city, the city, the city, the city. Come on. A black figure in the middle of chaos and gunfire. So many raps about rims, surprised niggas ain't become tires on the street. You turn code and then go screech. I tell them fuck them like I do the police. The beast is running rampant. I'm in between sheets trying to have sex to centric. For the ghetto, trying to make a stand-up anthem. You spit hot garbage, son of Sanford. What you rapping for, to get fame and get rich? I slap a nigga like you and tell him Rick James, bitch, with your Hollywood stories. On porches, we probably heard stories about who became rich. And whatever life they hit, we wanna hit the same switch. You didn't know where to aim it. You still remain bitch. I'm forever putting words together. Some are seven mothers, some daughters, and fathers, some sons. The name Tom has never been involved with run. Unless it's DMC or running these broads to being free. I'm harder than the times. You hardly scary. Holding gats inside you, got is Holly Berry. They ask me where hip hop is going. It's Chicago and poetry's in motion like a picture now showing is the city. The city, y'all. The city, the city, the city. Come on.
Mistake. Let's fill the world with love. Get rid of all the hate. Our elders taught us one thing, but practice another. Just look what happened to the Indian and the brother. Straighten it out. Straighten it out. Straighten it out. Hope of the world is in our generation. It's all left up to us to change this present situation. Our leaders make us fight. We don't know what for. If they want people killed, let them fight the war. It's gotta end somewhere. This killing's gotta cease. If no one went to fight, we could all live in peace. Our generation, straighten it out.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, children of America, it's up to you. Let Mr. Politician know how you feel. Let him know that you're not gonna take no. Stop paying taxes.
You know, we're dealing with a very critical and crucial time. Most crucial and critical times that I've ever witnessed. Being as young as I am, you know. We all don't want to say nothing else, so we say as young as we are. Now I want to talk about the pronunciation and the realization. Now the educators, they call it ESP, positive thinking, right? Some of the people on the cross other side of the pond call it vibes, vibrations, astrology, and all those different things, you understand? But I call what it is what it is. What it is what it is. Look at him. Now you see, a brother, you take in the ghetto, you find a whole lot of crime. I can understand, hey, I know what it means. Being 9 years old before I got my first pair of underwear out of a store. You know, putting on a half press suit from the pawn shop with tennis shoes, trying to be hip. So I know where it's coming from. Like the fella say, having catfish head stew. And look like the catfish went in there with his head and come out very quick and didn't leave nothing else. Now, it's one thing the educators and the politicians and the establishment got to remember. Now, brothers need jobs. If you don't work, you can't eat. If you don't work, you can't eat. Get hip to yourself, good God, my brother, and get it from the street. If you don't work, you can't eat. Sis, if you don't work, Lord, you can't eat. So you got to have mind power to deal with starvation. And that's what we're dealing with. You see, we can't go back to the biblical stories. 2 loaves of bread, or 2 little fishes, 5 loaves of bread. 2 little fishes, yeah, and 5 loaves of bread. Now look here, too many brothers to go by that. Now I want your brothers to dig where we're coming from. Set your mind right here. Dig the JBE experience. I dug this from a young man out of New York. He said the GBE. Now we want to take it to the JBE. The JB experience. And Fred, brother, lay it on me, lay it. Mind power. Lay it on me.
This one's going out to Skeets, listening over there in Brunei. This is the tune, man. Remember this one?
What it is.
Mind Power by James Brown.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. That's what it is. It is what it is. That's what it is.
like a Muslim. Praying to the east. Nature of my life relates rhymes I release like a cannon. Cause I've been planning to be ramming what I wrote straight on a plate down your throat. So digest as I suggest. We take a good look at who's who while I'm reading from my good book. And let's dig into every nook and every cranny. Set your mind free as I slam these thoughts. And just like a Jenny goes bow, you're gonna see what I'm saying now. You can't be sleeping, cause things are getting crazy. You better stop being lazy. There's many people fronting and many brothers dropping, all because of dumb things. Let me tell you something, I've been through so much that I'm such a maniac, but I still act out of faith that we can get the shit together, so I break on fools with no rhyme skills messing up the flow, and people with no sense who be moving much too slow. And so, you will know the meaning of the gangsta. Grew with the mic and Premier raised the anchor swiftly as we embark on a journey. I had to get an attorney. I needed someone to defend my position. Decisions I made, cause now it's time to get paid. And ladies, these rhymes are like the keys to a dope car. Maybe a Lexus or a Jaguar. Still, all of that is just material. So won't you dig the scenario? And just imagine, if each one is teaching one, we'll come together so that we become a strong force. Then we can stay on course. Find your direction through introspection. And for my people out there, I got a question. Can we be the sole controllers of our fate? Now who's gonna take the weight? You can't handle the whole weight. You can't handle the whole weight. The weight of the world is heavy on my mind. So as my feelings unwind, I find that some try to be down just cause it's trendy. Others fall victim to envy. But I'll take the road less traveled, so I can see all my hopes and my dreams unravel. Relieving your stress, expressing my interest in the situation that you're facing. That's why I'm down with the nation. Spirituality supports reality. We gotta fight with the right mentality, so we can gain what is rightfully ours. This is the meaning of the chain and the star. Land is power, so give me 40 acres. Let's see how far I can take you. Original, invincible. That's how I'm looking at it. I use my rhymes like a Glock automatic. Any means necessary, I'm going all out. Before the rains bring the nuclear fallout. So let me ask you, is it too late? Hey yo, who's gonna take the weight? You can't handle the whole weight. You can't handle the whole weight. You can't handle the whole weight. You can't handle the whole weight.
And the classic with a twist.
of the Karawane show every Saturday here on lovestream.co.uk.
Listen here.
Je
sort des lémons si je suis fatigué. On me sort des lémons si j'ai mal dormi. On me sort des lémons si j'ai mal à la tête. On me sort des lémons si je suis fatigué. Every night and every day. Every night, every day. One day, one time, tu seras fatigué. On me sort des lémons si je suis fatigué. On me sort des lémons si je suis fatigué.
This song, that is stupid. You ain't got to get for Africa here.
Si pas content, je ne veux plus ça.
This song, that is stupid. You ain't got to get for Africa here.
Oli, je ne veux plus ça.
Coming close to the end now, guys. Hope you've enjoyed this tonight. Wee 4-hour set. Hope you enjoyed the radio show earlier. It's going to be up on lovestream.co.uk/watch. Check back on that. Thanks for supporting it tonight. Thanks for supporting the charity. Thanks for donating to Black Lives Matter UK. That's why we're out here. That's why we're doing this. That's why we're amplifying the voices. That's why we're re-listening to the music I've been listening to for 25 years and wondering why the hell nothing's changed. That's what it's all about tonight. A bit of reflection, a bit of amplification, and a bit of support. So thanks everyone. I'm going to play a few more and then just take it home. This is Seun Kuti, Think Africa.
When they respect human life at all. So, and we know say this wood that they be our papa, that they be our mama. So we got to beg them, ni. So more beg them together, beg. for your place.
Jump put yourself for my place.
I go put myself for your place.
Jump put yourself for my place.
I go put myself for your place. I go shout. Yeah. Edumare Shongbo. Make una hear me now. My brothers and sisters. Make una lot to make them hear. Ah, my brother make you tell about son. Don't make them stop all this damn nonsense. Now, oh yeah, yeah. I dey carry. Now, oh yeah, yeah. I dey carry. Now, oh yeah, yeah. I dey carry. Hey. You be man, my brother. You get to your woman. You be woman, my sister. You self get to your man. When I told you together, all this shit just the happen sha. When I born your shy your picking, working hard to make him someone. You get food you no get. You go make sure he chop. Them say he go better. Then one quench am for you. Then.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Then.
Oh you are here.
Them that you fed you. Them they tight face. I say them squeeze face. Them they run you. Sometimes them fed you. Them they tight face. Sometimes they squeeze face. Them they run you. I go put myself for your place.
Jump put yourself for my place.
I go put myself for your place.
Jump put yourself for my place.
I go put myself for your place. I go shout. Edumare Shongbo. Make una hear me now. My brothers and sisters. Make una lot to make them hear. Yeah. My brother make you tell over son. Don't make them stop all this damn nonsense. Now, oh yeah, yeah.
We're going to end this one a bit deep. Going to go back the last track to Pharaoh Sanders, and then we're going to go out with just a rerun of the new Karawane track Rojao, but the extended horns version. We saw the video earlier on live from the studio. You guys were the very first people ever to see that. Shout out to Konrad Wisniewski, who's with us in the cut and was with us in the studio earlier on tonight, laying down the horns for this last track you're going to see after this one. This is going back to finish with Pharaoh Sanders because it's Pharaoh Sanders. We don't play a lot of jazz in Karawane, but jazz was the music that, when lyrics failed people and people didn't want to run the gauntlet of trying to make things too subtle to get past the white-owned radio stations, to get the message out there, jazz was the thing that could do that. And just to go back to the words that were written on the liner of this record. Sanders is one lone song that embodies a reverent mourning of what cannot but must be said. The music of true black optimism and dignity, the privacy of our own language as we invent it, as it both strangles and liberates us in the same note. So we're just going to end on this one and then the Karawane track to see us out. This is Origin by Pharaoh Sanders. Thanks everyone for being with us tonight. Let this one move through you.
unconditionally because I am queen. Not the average girl from your video. My worth is not determined by the price of my clothes. No matter what I'm wearing, I will always be in the RE. Now when I look in the mirror, the only one there is me. Every freckle on my face is where it's supposed to be. And I know my creator didn't make no mistakes on me. My feet, my thighs, my lips, my eyes, and love is what I see, yeah. Not the average girl from your video, and I ain't built like a supermodel, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am queen. Not the average girl from your video. My worth is not determined by the price of my clothes. No matter what I'm wearing, I will always be in the RE. Now am I less of a lady if I don't wear pantyhose? My mama said a lady ain't what she wears, but what she knows. But I've drawn the conclusion, it's all an illusion. Confusion's the name of the game. A misconception, a mass deception. Something's gotta change. Don't be offended, this is all my opinion. Ain't nothing that I'm saying long. This is a true confession of a life-learned lesson I was sent here to share with y'all. So get in where you fit and go on and shine. Clear your mind, now's the time. Salt on the shelf, go on and love yourself, 'cause everything's gonna be alright. I'm not the average girl from your video, and I ain't built like a supermodel, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am queen. I'm not the average girl from your video. My worth is not determined by the price of my clothes. No matter what I'm wearing, I will always be in the RE. So keep your fancy drinks and your expensive drinks. I don't need that to have a good time. Your expensive car and your caviar. All I need is my guitar. Keep your crystal and your pistol. I gotta have a pretty piece of crystal. Don't need your silicone, I prefer my own. What God gave me is just fine. I'm not the average girl for your video, and I ain't built like a supermodel, but I learned to love myself unconditionally because I am queen. Not the average girl from your video. My worth is not determined by the price of my gold. No matter what I'm wearing, I will always be in the RE.
I've been reborn.